What if ancient wisdom bloomed in candlelit corners where herb-scented whispers carried the secrets of forgotten remedies? Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, where what if whispers timeless tales into dreams. Breathe deeply, let your mind soften, and drift into tonight's gentle story. So dim the lights, find your most comfortable position, and let these whispered narratives carry you softly towards sleep. If this tale finds you wandering through moonlit herb gardens, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from? Are you a fellow night owl, a lover of old remedies, or just chasing rest with a curious mind? Share in the comments below. Give it a like and subscribe, but only if this story kept you company. In the heart of a village where time moved like honey through autumn air, where cobblestones wore smooth from centuries of gentle footsteps, there stood an apothecary that seemed to have grown from the earth itself. The building leaned slightly, as old buildings do when they've seen enough seasons to earn the right to rest at comfortable angles. Its timber frame, darkened by age and weather, held windows that glowed amber in the evening light, each pane catching and holding the warmth of the day like precious stones. The year was somewhere around 1200 after Christ's birth, though in this particular village time felt more like a suggestion than a rule. The seasons turned as they always had, the herbs grew where they pleased, and the people lived their lives with the steady rhythm of those who knew that rushing rarely improved anything worth doing. The apothecary's sign, carved from oak and painted in faded blues and golds, bore the image of a mortar and pestle surrounded by vines that seemed to dance even when the air was still. Beneath it, in letters that curved like smoke, were the words Elderbrook's Remedies and Wonders. The paint had weathered over the years, giving the sign a dreamlike quality, as if it might fade into mist if you stared too long. Above the shop, in rooms where the eaves met the sky, lived Miriam Elderbrook, the village's herbalist, keeper of old knowledge, and according to some, a woman who could coax healing from the most stubborn of ailments. She was neither young nor old, existing instead in that timeless space occupied by those who spend their days surrounded by growing things and ancient wisdom. Her hair, the colour of autumn leaves touched by silver, was often adorned with small sprigs of whatever herb had caught her fancy that morning. Her eyes, green as spring moss, held depths that suggested she knew secret. The forest whispered only to those who truly listened. The village of Millhaven nestled in a valley where the river ran clear and cold, bordered by forests that stretched beyond the horizon like a sea of green. In these times, when the world felt both smaller and infinitely more mysterious than it would in centuries to come, a village like Millhaven existed as its own small universe. The blacksmith's hammer rang against steel with rhythms as regular as heartbeats. The baker's ovens perfumed the morning air with promises of warmth and sustenance, and the church bells marked the hours with bronze voices that carried over thatched roofs and through market squares where merchants hawked their wares beneath canvas awnings. Life moved according to the sun's arc across the sky, the phases of the moon, and the turning of the seasons. People rose with the dawn, worked with their hands, and gathered in the evening around fires that pushed back the darkness and drew neighbours into circles of shared warmth and conversation. It was a time when magic felt possible, because wonder had not yet been explained away, when the line between what was known and what was believed blurred like watercolours in rain. In this world, an apothecary was more than a shop. It was a sanctuary, a place where the accumulated wisdom of generations lived in glass jars and wooden drawers, where hope took the form of carefully measured powders and lovingly brewed tinctures. It was a place where people brought their ailments, their fears, and sometimes their hearts, trusting that among the dried leaves and mysterious bottles, relief might be found. The evening that would become the heart of our tale began like many others, with Miriam lighting the candles that transformed her shop from a place of business into something approaching enchantment. The beeswax candles, their flames steady and golden, cast dancing shadows that made the dried herbs hanging from the rafters seem to sway with life. The air was thick with scents that told stories, lavender that spoke of fields beneath summer skies, rosemary that whispered of gardens tended by careful hands, sage that carried the weight of ceremonies and sacred moments. Behind the shop's main room, where customers came to purchase remedies and seek advice, lay Miriam's workshop, a space that seemed to exist outside the ordinary flow of time. Here, wooden tables bore the gentle scars of countless preparations, their surfaces stained with the juice of berries, the oil of flowers, and the essence of roots that had surrendered their secrets to mortar and pestle. Shelves lined every wall, filled with jars of all sizes, some clear glass that revealed their contents like promises, others dark and mysterious, holding substances that preferred the shadows. Each jar was labelled in Miriam's careful script, though some bore additional markings, symbols that meant nothing to the casual observer, but spoke volumes to those who understood the herbalist's art. There was foxglove for the heart, properly prepared and measured with the reverence due to something that could heal or harm depending on the wisdom of the hand that wielded it. There was willow bark, humble and reliable, ready to ease the aches that came with hard work and advancing years. Chamomile sat beside valerian, ready to grant the gift of sleep to troubled minds, while echinacea waited to strengthen the body's own defences against the invisible threats that winter brought. But tonight would be different from other nights, though Miriam couldn't have known it as she went through her evening ritual of organising and preparing for the next day's work. Tonight, a stranger would come walking through the mist that rose from the river, carrying with him not just his own stories, but the gift of drawing out stories that had lived quietly in Miriam's heart for years, waiting for the right listener. The first sign of change came as a sound, the gentle plucking of strings somewhere in the distance, a melody that seemed to float on the evening air like pollen on a spring breeze. Miriam paused in her work, her hand still on the bundle of lavender she'd been hanging to dry, and listened. The music drew closer, revealing itself to be not just random notes but a song, though the words were too distant to make out clearly. Through the diamond-paned windows of her shop, Miriam could see the village settling into evening. Lights flickered behind shutters as families gathered for their evening meals, the warm glow of hearth fires painting golden rectangles on the cobblestones. The baker had closed his doors, but the scent of the day's bread still lingered in the air, mixing with the smoke that rose from chimneys and the earthy smell of the river that ran through the village's heart. The music grew louder, revealing itself to be accompanied by footsteps that seemed to match its rhythm. Miriam found herself drawn to her door, her curiosity overcoming her usual evening routine. She wasn't the only one. She could see other faces peering from windows drawn by the unusual sound of music at this hour. In a village where entertainment usually consisted of the stories told around fires and the songs sung at harvest festivals, a wandering musician was an event worthy of attention. The figure that emerged from the mist looked like something from a troubadour's tale, though perhaps one who had seen more roads than riches. He was tall and lean, with the kind of build that spoke of miles walked and meals sometimes skipped. His hair was dark with threads of silver, and it curled around his ears as if it had given up trying to be tame. His clothes, while clean and mended, bore the unmistakable marks of travel, a patch here, a careful darn there, and the soft wear that comes from being packed and unpacked countless times. But it was his instrument that caught the eye and held it. The lute he carried was a beautiful thing, its wood polished to a warm glow that seemed to hold light even in the gathering dusk. The strings caught what remained of the daylight and held it, making them seem almost silver. When he played, which he did as he walked, his fingers moved across those strings with the confidence of long familiarity, drawing out melodies that seemed to make the very air shimmer. He paused at the crossroads in the centre of the village, where 4 streets met beneath an ancient oak tree that had watched over Millhaven longer than anyone could remember. The tree's branches spread wide above him, creating a natural stage, and he seemed to sense this, for he stopped walking and began to play with more intention, his music flowing out into the evening like wine from a generous cup. The villagers began to gather, drawn not just by curiosity but by something deeper, the human hunger for story and song that no amount of hard work or practical concern could entirely suppress. Children peered around their parents' legs, their eyes wide with the particular fascination that young minds hold for anything that breaks the routine of ordinary days. Adults who had been hurrying home with the day's purchases slowed their steps, finding reasons to linger within hearing distance of the music. Miriam found herself stepping outside her shop, her hand resting on the doorframe as she watched and listened. The minstrel, for that was clearly what he was, had begun to sing, his voice carrying easily across the square. The song was one she recognised, an old ballad about a knight and a maiden, but he sang it with such warmth and skill that it felt newly minted, as fresh as morning dew. When the song ended, the gathered crowd showed their appreciation with coins tossed into the soft cap he'd placed at his feet, along with words of thanks and requests for more. He obliged with another song, and then another, each one different from the last, showing the breadth of his repertoire. There were love songs that made the young couples in the crowd exchange meaningful glances, working songs that had the older men nodding in recognition, and lullabies that made mothers think of children already tucked safely into their beds. But as the evening deepened and the crowd began to thin, called home by duties and the promise of warm meals, the minstrel's music took on a different quality. The songs became softer, more contemplative, less about entertaining a crowd and more about something personal, something that seemed to come from deeper wells within his memory and heart. It was then that Miriam made a decision that would shape the remainder of the evening. Stepping forward, she approached the minstrel with the kind of confidence that came from decades of dealing with strangers who needed something she could provide. "You sing beautifully," she said, her voice carrying the slight hoarseness that came from spending days breathing the aromatic fumes of her various preparations. "But you look as though you could use a warm meal and perhaps a place to rest. My shop is quiet now, and I was just preparing some tea. Would you join me?" The minstrel looked up at her, his eyes showing the kind of weariness that came not from physical exhaustion, but from the deeper tiredness of someone who had been travelling not just roads, but through life itself for longer than he cared to calculate. His smile, when it came, was genuine and grateful. "That's very kind of you," he said, his voice carrying traces of accents that spoke of many places visited and many different ways of speaking learned along the way. "I'm called Thomas the Wanderer, though I answer to Tom when people are feeling friendly, and you would be Miriam Elderbrook, unless I miss my guess. Your reputation for kindness travels further than your remedies, which is saying something considerable." Miriam felt a small flutter of surprise at being recognised, though she supposed that in a village the size of Millhaven, the herbalist would naturally be known to any traveller who took the time to ask questions. "Indeed I am. Come then, let's get you inside before the evening chill settles in properly." She led him toward her shop, the warm light spilling from its windows like a promise of comfort. Tom gathered his belongings, the lute, the cap with its modest collection of coins, and a travel pack that looked as though it had seen as many roads as its owner, and followed her through the door that opened with a gentle chime from the small brass bell that hung above it. Inside, the shop felt even more magical than it had appeared from the street. The candles created pools of golden light that seemed to pulse gently, as if breathing with the rhythm of some great sleeping heart. The scents were stronger here, more complex, creating layers of fragrance that revealed new elements the longer one breathed them in. There was the sharp green smell of fresh herbs, the dusty sweetness of dried flowers, the earthy richness of roots and bark, and underneath it all something that was simply the smell of knowledge itself. Old books, well-used wooden implements, and the indefinable essence of a place where wisdom lived. Tom set his lute carefully against the wall near the door, and took in his surroundings with the kind of attention that spoke of someone who had learned to read places as well as people. His eyes moved from the hanging bundles of herbs to the rows of bottles and jars, from the worn wooden counter to the collection of brass scales that sat ready to measure out precise quantities of whatever healing the situation might require. "This is a place with stories," he said, his voice holding a note of appreciation that made Miriam smile. "I can feel them in the air, like music waiting to be played." "Every apothecary has stories," Miriam replied, moving behind her counter to where a kettle waited on a small brazier. "The question is whether they're the kind of stories worth telling." "Oh, I suspect yours are," Tom said, settling himself onto a wooden stool that sat beside the counter. "In my experience, the most interesting stories belong to the people who don't think they have any." Miriam busied herself with preparing the tea, a blend of her own devising that combined chamomile for calm, mint for clarity, and just a touch of something she called evening's embrace, a mixture of herbs that seemed to help people relax into whatever the night might bring. As the water heated and the herbs steeped, releasing their fragrances into the already perfumed air, she found herself studying her unexpected guest. Thomas the Wanderer had the look of someone who had collected experiences the way other people collected coins or pretty stones. There were lines around his eyes that spoke of squinting into too many sunrises, of peering through rain and dust and the uncertain light of unfamiliar places. His hands, when they weren't holding his lute, moved with the unconscious grace of someone accustomed to making do with whatever tools and materials might be available. But more than that, there was something about him that suggested stories, not just the ones he told for coin and supper, but the ones that lived in his memory, the ones that had shaped him into whoever he had become. "You've travelled far," she said, not quite making it a question. "Far enough," he agreed, accepting the cup of tea she offered with hands that showed their gratitude in the careful way they wrapped around the warm ceramic. "Though sometimes I think distance isn't measured in miles so much as in the things you see and the people you meet along the way." He sipped the tea, and his expression shifted to one of pleasant surprise. "This is excellent. There's something in here I don't recognise, something that tastes like—" "Like settling in for the evening," Miriam suggested, settling onto her own stool behind the counter. "Like putting down whatever burdens the day has given you?" "Exactly like that," Tom agreed. "It's a gift. Knowing how to blend things so they work together instead of fighting each other." "It's not so different from making music," Miriam said. "Finding the right combinations, the right proportions, the right timing. Both require listening, to the herbs in my case, to the strings and the melody in yours." Tom nodded, his eyes lighting with the recognition that comes when someone understands not just what you do, but why you do it. "And both require patience. You can't rush a good brew any more than you can rush a good song." They sat in comfortable quiet for a moment, sipping their tea and enjoying the peculiar peace that comes when two people, who are essentially strangers, find themselves somehow on the same wavelength. Outside, the village continued its evening routine, doors closing, fires being banked, children being tucked into beds warmed by heated stones and softened by goose down. "What brings you to Millhaven?" Miriam asked eventually. "We're not exactly on the main road to anywhere particularly important." Tom chuckled, a sound that held both amusement and something that might have been melancholy. "That's exactly what brings me here. The main roads to important places are full of people who know where they're going. The small roads to quiet villages are full of people who have stories to tell. And you collect stories?" "I suppose I do, in a way, though I've found that the best stories aren't collected so much as exchanged. Someone tells me something worth remembering, and I tell them something in return. The stories get shared, changed a little in the telling, polished like stones in a stream until they're smooth enough to carry easily." Miriam nodded, understanding something about the nature of stories that got passed from person to person, changing and growing with each telling. "In my trade, we call that the doctrine of signatures, the idea that things carry the marks of their purpose, that you can read what something is meant for by paying attention to its characteristics. Stories are like that too, I think. They carry the marks of the people who've told them." "Exactly," Tom said, leaning forward with the enthusiasm of someone who had found a kindred spirit. "A story told by a soldier carries the weight of battles, even if it's about something as simple as sharing bread with a friend. A story told by a mother carries the texture of lullabies, even if it's about the fiercest dragon." "And what do your stories carry?" Miriam asked, genuinely curious. Tom was quiet for a moment, considering the question with the seriousness it deserved. "Roads, I think. Distances travelled and distances yet to travel. The sound of different languages, the taste of unfamiliar foods, the feeling of being always a little bit foreign wherever you happen to be." "That sounds lonely," Miriam observed gently. "Sometimes," Tom admitted, "but it's also freeing in its way. When you belong everywhere a little bit, you're never entirely bound by the rules of any one place. You can see things from outside, understand patterns that the people living inside them might miss." "Like what?" Miriam asked, settling more comfortably on her stool and wrapping her hands around her teacup. "Like the way every village has someone like you," Tom said with a smile. "Someone who holds the old knowledge, who remembers what the grandmothers knew about which plants help and which ones harm. Someone who bridges the gap between what people need and what the earth provides." "Flattery won't get you a free meal," Miriam said, but she was smiling as she said it. "Good thing I'm not flattering you then," Tom replied. "I'm just observing. In my travels, I've noticed that the places where knowledge like yours is preserved and honoured tend to be the places where people sleep soundly at night. There's something reassuring about knowing that if you fall ill, if your child runs a fever, if your bones ache with the changing weather, there's someone who might be able to help." Miriam felt a warmth that had nothing to do with the tea. It was one thing to know that your work mattered. Another thing entirely to have someone who had seen the world beyond your village recognise and articulate that importance. "You must have seen many healers in your travels," she said. "I have indeed," Tom agreed. "Each one different, but all of them carrying some version of the same deep knowledge. There was an old man in the mountains north of here who could cure the worst cough with a tea made from pine needles and honey. A woman in the coastal villages who used seaweed in ways that would surprise you, not just for health, but for beauty, for preservation, even for predicting the weather." "Tell me about her," Miriam said, settling back with the look of someone prepared to listen properly. Tom's eyes took on the distant quality of someone looking backward through time and space. Her name was Cordelia, and she lived in a cottage that was practically built on the beach. Every morning she would walk the tide line, gathering whatever the ocean had left for her. She told me that the sea was the world's greatest herbalist, collecting plants and creatures from every shore it touched and delivering them to those who knew how to read its gifts. "She sounds wise," Miriam murmured. "Oh, she was. She showed me things that made me realise how much I didn't know about the world. For instance, she could tell what kind of weather was coming not just by watching the sky, but by observing which seaweeds the tide brought in, how the mussels clung to the rocks, even the way the salt crystals formed when the spray dried on her cottage walls." Tom paused to sip his tea, and Miriam waited, recognising the rhythm of a story being properly told. But the most remarkable thing about Cordelia was her collection of bottles. She had hundreds of them, all different sizes and shapes, and each one filled with water from a different place. She had bottles of rainwater caught during thunderstorms, water from the deepest wells, water that had flowed over sacred stones, water from springs that only flowed during certain phases of the moon. "What did she do with them all?" Miriam asked. She said that water remembered everything it had touched, and by combining waters from different sources, she could create remedies that carried the essence of many places at once. A few drops of storm water for power, spring water for renewal, well water for depth and stability. She would blend them like a musician blends notes, creating harmonies that could heal ailments of both body and spirit. Miriam leaned forward, her herbalist's curiosity fully engaged. "Did you see it work?" "I did," Tom said solemnly. "There was a fisherman who had lost his ability to sense the moods of the ocean, a devastating affliction for someone whose livelihood depended on reading wind and wave. Cordelia prepared a remedy using water from 7 different sources, each one chosen for its connection to some aspect of sea lore. After drinking it, the man stood on the beach and wept, saying he could hear the ocean's voice again for the first time in months." "Remarkable," Miriam breathed. "I've heard of water magic, but never seen it practiced." "She offered to teach me," Tom continued, "but I told her that my calling was to carry stories, not to practice the arts they contained. She laughed and said that was probably wise, that some knowledge was too powerful to be portable, that it needed to be rooted in place to be truly effective." They sat in companionable silence for a moment, both lost in contemplation of the mysteries that existed at the edges of ordinary understanding. Outside, the village had settled into full evening quiet, with only the occasional sound of a door closing or a dog barking to remind them that they were not alone in the world. "What about you?" Tom asked eventually. "Where did you learn your craft?" Miriam smiled, her fingers tracing the rim of her teacup as she considered how to begin. "From my grandmother, initially. She lived here before me, in these same rooms, working with these same herbs. But knowledge grows, like the plants we tend. Each generation adds something to what came before." "Tell me about her," Tom said, echoing her earlier request. "Grandmother Hazel was formidable," Miriam began, her voice taking on the warm cadence of someone sharing a beloved memory. She was small in stature but enormous in presence. When she walked through the village, people would stop what they were doing just to nod respectfully in her direction. Not out of fear, but out of recognition that she was someone who held important knowledge. Miriam rose from her stool and moved to one of the shelves, her fingers finding a particular jar almost without conscious thought. The jar was older than the others, its glass clouded with age, and it contained what looked like ordinary dried leaves. "This was hers," Miriam said, holding the jar up to catch the candlelight. "The last batch of her special winter tea. She made it from a blend of herbs that took her 40 years to perfect. She said it could warm you from the inside out, not just your body, but your spirit. That it could help you find hope even in the darkest part of the year." "Have you tried making it yourself?" Tom asked. "Once," Miriam admitted. "I had all her notes, all her measurements, even some of the same herbs she had dried. But it wasn't the same. It was good, perhaps even very good, but it wasn't hers. I realized that some recipes aren't just about ingredients and proportions. They're about the hands that make them, the intention behind them, the love that goes into every step." She set the jar back on its shelf with careful reverence. "So I developed my own blends instead. Similar in spirit to hers, but carrying my own understanding, my own connection to the plants and the people who need them." "That shows wisdom," Tom observed. "It's tempting to try to recreate the past exactly, but growth comes from taking what was valuable and making it your own." "Exactly," Miriam agreed, returning to her stool. "Though there are some things I kept exactly as she taught them. Her methods for drying herbs, for instance, and her timing for gathering them. She used to say that plants are like people. They have moods that change with the weather, the season, even the time of day. The same plant gathered at dawn might have different properties than one gathered at noon." "I've noticed something similar with songs," Tom said thoughtfully. "A melody that sounds bright and hopeful in the morning might carry different emotions when played by firelight in the evening." "Yes," Miriam exclaimed, pleased by the parallel. "It's all connected, isn't it? The rhythms of the natural world, the moods of the people, the way different elements combine to create something greater than the sum of their parts." Tom nodded, then reached for his lute, which had been resting quietly against the wall. "May I?" he asked, and at Miriam's encouraging nod, he began to tune the strings with the practiced movements of someone who had performed this ritual thousands of times. As he played a few experimental notes, testing the tuning and warming up his fingers, Miriam found herself watching the way the candlelight played across the instrument's polished wood. The lute was clearly old, but it had been cared for with the devotion that valuable tools receive from those who depend on them for their livelihood. "This belonged to my teacher," Tom said, noticing her attention. "A man named Master Geoffrey, who took me in when I was barely old enough to hold an instrument properly. He taught me that music wasn't just entertainment. It was a form of medicine, a way of healing hurts that couldn't be treated with herbs or bandages." "How so?" Miriam asked, genuinely intrigued. Tom began to play a soft melody, something gentle and contemplative that seemed to make the very air in the shop feel more peaceful. "There are songs for grieving," he said, his voice blending with the music, "that help people say goodbye to what they've lost. Songs for celebrating that amplify joy until it becomes something the whole community can share. Songs for working that make hard labour feel less burdensome, and songs for loving that help people find words for feelings too deep for ordinary conversation." The melody he played shifted as he spoke, demonstrating each type of song with subtle changes in rhythm and tone. Miriam found herself relaxing in ways she hadn't realised she needed, the accumulated tensions of the day dissolving under the influence of the music. "And then there are songs for healing," Tom continued, his fingers finding a melody that seemed to carry the essence of spring rain, of new growth, of hope emerging from darkness. "Not healing the body, that's your domain, but healing the spirit. Songs that remind people that they're not alone, that their stories matter, that tomorrow might be better than today." "I can feel it," Miriam said softly. "The healing in the music, I mean. It's like a tincture for the soul. Master Geoffrey used to say that a good musician was like a good herbalist. Both learned to read what people needed and provide it in a form they could accept, Tom said, letting the melody fade into silence. He taught me to watch faces while I played, to adjust the music based on what I saw there. "What do you see in my face?" Miriam asked, curious. Tom studied her with the same attention she had seen him pay to his instrument's tuning. "I see someone who carries a lot of responsibility quietly," he said finally. "Someone who gives freely of herself but rarely asks for anything in return. Someone who loves her work, but sometimes feels the weight of always being the person others turn to when things go wrong." Miriam felt a little shock of recognition at how accurately he had read her. "That's remarkably perceptive." "It's an occupational hazard," Tom said with a self-deprecating smile. "When your livelihood depends on reading people quickly, you develop an eye for the signs everyone carries but tries to hide." They sat in comfortable contemplation for a moment, the candles continuing their steady dance, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow across the shelves and bottles that surrounded them. "Would you like to hear about the strangest remedy I ever encountered?" Tom asked eventually. "Please," Miriam said, settling back with the anticipation of someone who knew she was about to hear a good story. It was in a village much smaller than this one, tucked so deep in the forest that I almost missed it entirely. The healer there was a woman named Mother Elm, not because she was anyone's actual mother, as far as I could tell, but because she had the kind of presence that made everyone feel cared for and protected. Tom shifted on his stool, getting comfortable for a longer tale. Mother Elm's specialty was what she called story medicine. She believed that many ailments came not from problems with the body, but from problems with the stories people told themselves about their lives. "Story medicine?" Miriam repeated, intrigued. "Exactly. She would sit with people who came to her for healing, and instead of examining their symptoms, she would ask them to tell her the story of their illness. Not just when it started or how it felt, but what it meant to them, how it fit into the larger narrative of their lives." Tom paused to take a sip of his tea, which had cooled to the perfect temperature for thoughtful conversation. "For instance, there was a man who came to her complaining of a persistent cough that no other remedy had been able to cure. Mother Elm listened to his story, not just about the cough, but about his life. It turned out that he had been a singer in his youth, but had given up music to take over his father's blacksmith shop. He told Mother Elm that sometimes, especially when he was working the bellows, he felt like his unused songs were trapped in his chest, trying to get out. "And the cure?" Miriam asked, leaning forward with interest. "She prescribed singing," Tom said with a grin. "Specifically, she told him to spend an hour each evening singing all the songs he remembered from his youth, plus any new ones that came to him. The cough was gone within a week." "That's brilliant," Miriam said slowly. "I've seen ailments that seem to have no physical cause, complaints that persisted despite every remedy I could think to try. I wonder if some of them might have been stories in need of healing." Mother Elm thought so. She said that humans are storytelling creatures, that we make sense of the world by creating narratives about our experiences. When those narratives become too painful or limiting, the body sometimes expresses the distress in ways that conventional medicine can't address. "Did you learn her techniques?" Miriam asked. "I tried," Tom admitted. "But she told me that story medicine required a different kind of listening than I was accustomed to. A musician listens to sounds and rhythms, but a story healer has to listen to meanings and patterns, to the gaps between words as much as to the words themselves." "That makes sense," Miriam mused. "In my work, I've learned that sometimes what people don't say is as important as what they do say. The herb they're reluctant to try, the symptom they mention only in passing, the way they hold their body when they talk about certain subjects." "Exactly," Tom agreed. Mother Elm said that the body keeps its own kind of journal, recording not just physical experiences but emotional ones as well. Learning to read that journal was part of her art. The conversation was interrupted by a gentle tapping at the door. Miriam looked up in surprise. It was late for customers, and the villagers generally respected her evening hours. "I should see who that is," she said, rising from her stool. At the door she found young Mary Fletcher, one of the baker's daughters, her face flushed with worry and exertion. "Mistress Elderbrook," Mary said breathlessly, "I'm sorry to disturb you so late, but it's my little brother Peter. He's been having terrible dreams again, and Mother thought she hoped you might have something to help him sleep peacefully." "Of course," Miriam said kindly. "Come in, child. Let me prepare something for him." Mary stepped into the shop and stopped short at the sight of Tom sitting by the counter with his lute. "Oh, I didn't realise you had company. I can come back tomorrow." "Nonsense," Miriam said firmly. "A child's troubled sleep can't wait for tomorrow, and this is Thomas, a travelling minstrel who's sharing tea and stories with me this evening. Thomas, this is Mary Fletcher, whose family provides this village with the finest bread you'll find anywhere." Tom rose and gave Mary a courtly bow that made her giggle despite her worry. "A pleasure to meet you, Miss Fletcher, and please don't let me interrupt something as important as helping your brother sleep well." Miriam moved to one of her shelves, her hands finding the jars she needed with the efficiency of long practice. "Tell me about Peter's dreams," she said as she worked. "Are they frightening, confusing? Does he remember them clearly or just wake up upset?" "He says there are shadows in his room that whisper things he can't understand," Mary explained, wrapping her arms around herself as if the very thought made her cold. "He wakes up crying, saying they want to take him somewhere dark. Mother has tried everything. Extra candles, prayers, even moving his bed to different parts of the room." Miriam nodded thoughtfully as she measured dried lavender into a small cloth pouch. "How long has this been happening?" "About a month now," Mary said, "ever since old Henrik the Tinker died. Peter was quite fond of him. Henrik used to let him help sort screws and nails when he came through the village." "Ah," Miriam said softly, understanding beginning to dawn in her expression. "Grief in children often takes forms that adults don't expect. The shadows he sees might be his way of trying to understand where Henrik has gone." Tom, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. "In my travels, I've encountered children with similar troubles. Sometimes what they need isn't just peaceful sleep, but help processing feelings they don't have words for yet." Miriam paused in her preparations and looked at him thoughtfully. "Are you thinking of story medicine again?" "Perhaps," Tom said, "if you think it might help." Mary looked between them with confusion. "Story medicine?" "A way of using tales to help heal hurts that aren't quite physical," Miriam explained gently. "Sometimes children understand things better when they're presented as stories rather than explanations." She finished preparing the sleep sachets, small pouches of lavender, chamomile, and a touch of valerian that would release their calming scents when tucked under a pillow. But instead of simply handing them to Mary, she paused. "What if," Miriam said slowly, "we sent more than just herbs home with you tonight? What if we sent a story as well?" "What kind of story?" Mary asked. Tom had risen and was gently tuning his lute again. "A story about shadows, perhaps, but not frightening shadows, helpful ones." "Tell me," Miriam said, settling back on her stool with the look of someone prepared to listen and learn. Tom's fingers found a gentle melody, something that sounded like moonlight made audible. "Once upon a time," he began, his voice taking on the cadence of someone who knew how to weave words into magic, "in a village much like this one, there lived a little boy who was afraid of the shadows in his room." Mary perched on the edge of a wooden crate, her worry temporarily forgotten in the pull of a story being properly told. "The boy had recently lost someone very dear to him," Tom continued, "an old craftsman who had taught him many things about how to fix broken objects and make useful things from scraps that others might throw away. After the craftsman died, the boy began to see shadows moving in his room at night, and they frightened him terribly." The melody shifted, becoming slightly darker, more mysterious, but not threatening, like twilight rather than midnight. One night, when the boy was particularly frightened, he decided to speak to the shadows directly. "What do you want?" he whispered into the darkness. And to his surprise, one of the shadows whispered back. "We want to show you something," it said, "but only if you're brave enough to listen." "Was he brave enough?" Mary asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "He was," Tom said with a smile, "because sometimes being brave doesn't mean not being afraid. It means deciding that some things are more important than fear." So the boy sat up in his bed and said, "Show me." The music became lighter again, touched with wonder and possibility. The shadow began to change shape, forming pictures on the wall like the ones you might see in clouds on a summer afternoon. First, it showed the boy an image of the old craftsman working in his shop. his hands moving skillfully as he repaired a broken clock. Then it showed the craftsman teaching the boy how to sort nails by size, how to test the sharpness of tools, how to measure twice and cut once. Miriam found herself drawn into the story despite knowing its therapeutic purpose. Tom's voice and music created an atmosphere that made the fictional events feel real and immediate. "These are memories," the shadow explained. "The craftsman left them with us when he died, asking us to keep them safe until you were ready to receive them. He wanted you to remember not just that he's gone, but all the wonderful things he taught you, all the times you shared together, all the love that passed between you." "But why do you whisper?" the boy asked. "Why do you seem so mysterious and frightening?" "Because," said the shadow, "grief is like that at first. It seems dark and frightening because it's unfamiliar. But once you understand what it really is, love with nowhere to go, it becomes less scary and more sacred." Tom let the music fade to a gentle hum as he continued. From that night forward, when the boy saw shadows in his room, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he would whisper, "Show me another memory," and the shadows would dance on his walls, sharing moments of joy and learning that he could carry with him always. And when morning came, instead of feeling tired and frightened, he felt rested and grateful, knowing that the craftsman's love was still with him, just in a different form than before. The story ended with a final soft chord that seemed to linger in the air long after Tom's fingers had left the strings. Mary sat in silence for a moment, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "That's beautiful," she said finally. Do you think Peter's shadows might be like that? Carrying memories of Henrik instead of trying to frighten him?" "I think it's possible," Miriam said gently. "Children often understand death differently than adults do. Sometimes they need help seeing that the love someone shared with them doesn't disappear when that person dies. It just changes form." Would you be willing to tell Peter that story?" Mary asked Tom hopefully. "I think that would be better coming from you," Tom said kindly. "Stories have more power when they're shared by people we love and trust. But I could teach you the melody that goes with it if you'd like. Sometimes music helps stories sink deeper into the heart." Mary nodded eagerly, and Tom spent a few minutes teaching her the simple melody, humming it until she could hum along. Her voice was sweet and true, and Miriam found herself thinking that Peter was lucky to have such a caring sister. "Now," Miriam said, placing the sleep sachets in Mary's hands, "tuck these under his pillow, tell him the story, and hum the melody as he falls asleep. The herbs will help his body relax, and the story will help his mind find peace." "Thank you both," Mary said, her gratitude evident in her voice. "I feel so much better about going home now. I think Peter will too." After Mary left, disappearing into the misty evening with her precious cargo of herbs and story, Miriam and Tom sat in contemplative silence for a moment. "That was beautifully done," Miriam said finally. "You have a gift for healing that goes far beyond entertainment." "As do you," Tom replied. "I noticed how you listened not just to what Mary said, but to what she didn't say. The way you picked up on the connection between Peter's nightmares and Henrik's death. That was the kind of insight that Mother Elm would have appreciated." "It seems we both learned something from our teachers about seeing beyond the obvious," Miriam observed. "Your master Geoffrey and my grandmother Hazel would probably have gotten along well." "I suspect they would have," Tom agreed. "There's a kinship among people who dedicate their lives to helping others, regardless of the specific methods they use." Miriam rose to refill their teacups, the evening's interruption having somehow deepened rather than broken the connection she felt with her unexpected guest. As she worked, she found herself thinking about the parallels between their crafts, the way both required not just technical skill, but intuition, empathy, and the ability to see patterns that others might miss. "Tell me more about your travels," she said as she settled back with her fresh cup of tea. "What other kinds of healers have you encountered?" Tom's eyes took on the distant look of someone sorting through a vast collection of memories. There was a man in the Eastern Territories who worked exclusively with stones. Not precious gems, mind you, but ordinary rocks that he claimed held different kinds of earthly wisdom. "How did that work?" Miriam asked, her curiosity piqued. He would have people lie down in his garden, which was filled with carefully arranged circles of different types of stones: granite for strength, limestone for flexibility, river rocks for adaptability, mountain stones for endurance. He said that by lying among the right combination of stones, people could absorb the qualities they needed to heal whatever ailed them. "Did you try it yourself?" Tom chuckled. "I did, actually. I was suffering from what you might call wanderer's fatigue, a bone-deep weariness that came from never staying in one place long enough to truly rest. He had me lie in a circle of stones that had been gathered from places where people had lived for generations, hearthstones from old cottages, cornerstones from ancient buildings, stones from garden walls that had sheltered families for centuries. And did it help?" "More than I expected," Tom admitted. There was something profoundly restful about lying there, feeling connected to all the stability and permanence those stones represented. I slept more deeply that night than I had in months. Miriam nodded thoughtfully. There's wisdom in that approach. We often underestimate how much our surroundings affect our well-being. The stones in your story provided not just physical comfort but symbolic grounding. "Exactly," Tom said. "And that's something I've noticed about all the healers I've met. They understand that healing often happens on multiple levels simultaneously. The physical remedy addresses the body's needs, but the ritual, the setting, the intention behind the treatment addresses the spirit's needs as well." "Yes," Miriam agreed enthusiastically. "That's why I pay so much attention to how I prepare my remedies, not just what ingredients I use. The grinding of herbs in the mortar, the careful measuring, the brewing time, all of that contributes to the healing process, even if the person receiving the remedy never witnesses it." "It's like music in that way," Tom observed. "The song that emerges is important, but so is the intention behind it, the skill that went into learning it, the care with which it's performed. People can sense those things, even if they can't articulate what they're sensing." They were interrupted again, this time by a different sound. Not knocking, but a faint scratching at the door, followed by a plaintive meow. "That would be Sage," Miriam said with a smile, rising to open the door. "She's my unofficial assistant, though she keeps irregular hours." The cat that entered was a magnificent creature, with fur the colour of storm clouds and eyes like green lanterns. She moved with the fluid grace that all cats possess, but there was something almost ceremonial about the way she entered the shop, as if she were conducting an inspection rather than simply coming in from the cold. "She's beautiful," Tom said admiringly, "and she has the look of a cat who takes her responsibilities seriously." "Oh, she does," Miriam confirmed as Sage leaped onto the counter and began methodically grooming herself. "Sage has appointed herself the guardian of this place. She seems to know which customers need extra comfort. She'll appear from nowhere to wind around their ankles or purr on their laps while I'm preparing their remedies. Animals often make excellent healers," Tom observed, reaching out to let Sage sniff his fingers before attempting to pet her. "I once knew a travelling healer who worked with a trained raven. The bird could detect illness by scent alone. It would fly to sick people and perch nearby, alerting its master to those who needed attention." "How remarkable," Miriam said. "Sage isn't quite that dramatic, but she does seem to sense when people are troubled. Last week she spent an entire afternoon sitting with Mrs. Aldrich while I treated her rheumatism. The woman said later that the cat's purring was more soothing than any medicine." Sage, having completed her grooming and apparently decided that Tom was acceptable company, settled herself into a loaf-like position on the counter, her green eyes half closed in contentment. "She's given you her approval," Miriam noted with amusement. "That's not something she grants lightly." "I'm honoured," Tom said solemnly, gently stroking the cat's head. "In my experience, animals are excellent judges of character. A person who cats and dogs trust is usually trustworthy themselves." "What about you?" Miriam asked. "Do you have any animal companions in your travels?" "Not permanent ones," Tom said with a note of regret. "The travelling life doesn't lend itself well to pets. But I've been adopted temporarily by various creatures over the years. There was a dog in one village who followed me for 3 days straight. Zosatea, Swing, apparently convinced I needed protection. A parrot in a coastal town who learned to whistle my favourite melody and would perform it whenever I walked past his perch. It sounds like a lonely life sometimes, Miriam observed gently. It can be, Tom admitted, but it also has its compensations. There's something to be said for freedom, for waking up in the morning and deciding your day based on curiosity rather than obligation. Still, Miriam said, everyone needs somewhere to belong, even if it's only temporarily. Tom looked around the shop, taking in the warm light, the peacefully purring cat, the welcoming atmosphere that Miriam had created. Places like this make the travelling easier, he said, knowing that hospitality and kindness exist, that there are people like you who open their doors to strangers and share their wisdom freely. It's not entirely selfless, Miriam confessed. I enjoy the company, and I learn as much from my visitors as they do from me. Tonight, for instance, I've heard about water magic and stone healing and story medicine, knowledge I never would have encountered if I'd spent the evening alone. That's the beauty of exchange, Tom said. When people share knowledge freely, everyone becomes richer. They fell into another comfortable silence, the shop around them seeming to settle into the deep quiet of late evening. The candles had burned lower, their flames smaller but no less warm, and the scents of the various herbs seemed to have blended into a single, complex fragrance that spoke of comfort and healing. "Would you like to hear about the most unusual apothecary I ever encountered?" Tom asked eventually. "Please," Miriam said, settling back with the anticipation of another story. It was run by a pair of sisters in a city far to the south, where the climate was warm enough for plants to grow year-round. But these sisters didn't grow their herbs in gardens. They grew them in song. "In song?" Miriam repeated, intrigued. Each plant in their greenhouse was assigned a specific melody, Tom explained. The sisters believed that different musical notes encouraged different types of growth, and that by singing to their plants regularly, they could enhance the herb's healing properties. "That's fascinating," Miriam said. "I've heard that plants respond to sound, but I've never encountered anyone who practiced it systematically." The sisters had been experimenting for decades, Tom continued. They had songs for encouraging root growth, melodies for strengthening stems, harmonies for enhancing flower production. Their greenhouse was like nothing I'd ever seen, plants that seemed almost to glow with health and vitality. "Did they teach you any of their songs?" "They taught me one," Tom said, his fingers finding his lute strings. "A simple melody they used for general plant health. They said it worked because it mimicked the rhythm of a healthy heartbeat." He began to play a gentle, rhythmic melody that did indeed sound like the steady beating of a heart. The music seemed to fill the shop with a sense of vital energy, and Miriam noticed that Sage's purring had synchronized with the rhythm. "Play it again," Miriam said. "I want to learn it." Tom repeated the melody several times until Miriam could hum along confidently. "I'll try this with my herb garden," she said excitedly. What a wonderful idea, combining the healing power of music with the healing power of plants. The sisters said that everything in nature responds to rhythm and harmony, Tom said. They applied their musical principles not just to growing herbs, but to preparing remedies as well. They would grind herbs to specific rhythmic patterns, brew teas while humming particular melodies, even time their harvesting to coincide with the natural music they claimed to hear in the changing seasons. "Natural music in the seasons?" Miriam asked. According to them, spring had a melody like rushing water and bird song. Summer sang in the key of abundance and growth. Autumn hummed with the rich harmonies of harvest and preparation, and winter whispered in the quiet keys of rest and renewal. Miriam closed her eyes for a moment, imagining the concept. "I think I can hear what they meant," she said slowly. "Each season does have its own sound, the particular quality of wind, the songs of different birds, even the way footsteps sound on different types of ground." "Exactly," Tom agreed. "They taught me to listen for those seasonal melodies and incorporate them into my own music. A song that captures the essence of spring feels different from one that captures winter, not just in its lyrics, but in its very structure." "Show me the difference," Miriam requested. Tom played a brief melody that seemed to bubble with life and energy, full of quick runs and bright notes that made Miriam think of new leaves unfurling and streams swelling with snowmelt. Then he shifted to a different melody, slower and more contemplative, with deeper notes that spoke of crackling fires and long nights and the patient waiting that winter required. "Oh," Miriam exclaimed, "I can hear it clearly. The spring song makes me want to plant seeds and clean house and start new projects. The winter song makes me want to wrap myself in blankets and think deep thoughts." "That's the power of music that aligns with natural rhythms," Tom said. "It speaks to something deeper than our conscious minds, something that remembers how to live in harmony with the turning of the world." Sage stretched and yawned, apparently finding the musical demonstration soothing enough to consider an actual nap. She rearranged herself on the counter, tucking her paws neatly beneath her body and closing her eyes. "She has the right idea," Miriam said with a smile. "Though I'm finding myself more energized than sleepy despite the late hour, there's something invigorating about learning new ways to think about familiar things." "That's one of the gifts of travel," Tom said. "Not just seeing new places, but seeing familiar things through new eyes. Every healer I've met has taught me something that changed how I understand my own work." "What's the most important thing you've learned?" Miriam asked. Tom was quiet for a moment, considering. That healing is less about having the perfect remedy, and more about creating the conditions where healing can happen naturally. The best healers I've encountered don't just treat symptoms. They help people remember their own capacity for wholeness. "That's beautifully put," Miriam said, "and it matches my own experience. Often, the people who respond best to my treatments are those who come in believing that healing is possible. My job is as much about nurturing that belief as it is about providing the right herbs." "Yes," Tom agreed. "Hope itself is a medicine, perhaps the most powerful one of all." They sat in contemplative quiet again, each lost in their own thoughts about the nature of healing and the various forms it could take. Outside, the village had settled into the deep quiet of midnight, with only the occasional sound of wind in the trees or the distant bark of a dog to remind them that they were part of a larger community. "I should probably think about finding somewhere to sleep," Tom said eventually, though his tone suggested he wasn't eager to end the evening's conversation. "You're welcome to stay here," Miriam offered without hesitation. "I have a spare room upstairs, and it seems a shame to cut short such an enriching exchange of ideas." "That's very kind of you," Tom said gratefully. "I accept, if you're certain it's no imposition." "None at all," Miriam assured him. "In fact, I'd like to propose something, if you're willing." "What did you have in mind?" "Well," Miriam said, warming to an idea that had been forming as they talked, "tomorrow is market day. People from the surrounding farms and villages come to Millhaven to trade goods and catch up on news. What if we combined our talents for the occasion? You could provide music and stories, and I could offer remedies and advice. We could create something like what you described with those singing sisters, a healing practice that addresses both body and spirit." Tom's face lit up with enthusiasm. "That sounds wonderful. A sort of partnership between music and medicine." "Exactly," Miriam said. "I've often thought that my remedies would be more effective if people were in the right frame of mind to receive them. Your music could help create that receptive state. And your knowledge of herbs and healing could inform the stories I tell," Tom added. "We could create narratives that not only entertain, but also teach people about taking care of themselves and each other." "We could start tomorrow and see how it goes," Miriam suggested. "If it works well, perhaps you'd consider extending your stay in Millhaven for a few days." "I'd like that very much," Tom said warmly. "It's been a long time since I've had the opportunity to collaborate with someone who understands the deeper purposes behind the work." Miriam rose and began the process of banking the fire in her small brazier and extinguishing some of the candles, leaving just enough light to navigate safely. "Let me show you to your room," she said, "and thank you for this evening. It's rare to find someone who can match enthusiasm for learning with such skill in sharing knowledge." As they made their way up the narrow stairs to the living quarters above the shop, Sage following at a dignified distance, Tom reflected on the unexpected turn his travels had taken. He had come to Millhaven expecting nothing more than a night's shelter, and perhaps a small audience for his songs. Instead, he had found something much rarer. A kindred spirit who understood that healing was an art that took many forms, and that the best practitioners were those who remained open, learning from others. The guest room Miriam showed him to was small but comfortable, with a narrow bed covered in quilts that smelled faintly of lavender, a washstand, a ceramic pitcher and bowl, and a window that looked out over the village square. The room felt peaceful and welcoming, like the rest of Miriam's domain. "Sleep well," Miriam said from the doorway. "Tomorrow should be an interesting day." "Indeed it should," Tom agreed. "And thank you again for your hospitality. It's not often that a wandering minstrel finds himself part of an innovative healing practice." After Miriam had retired to her own room and the house had settled into nighttime quiet, Tom lay awake for a while, looking out the window at the star-scattered sky and thinking about the conversation they had shared. It occurred to him that this was exactly the kind of evening he had been seeking without quite knowing it. A perfect blend of intellectual stimulation, creative collaboration, and genuine human connection. In her own room across the hall, Miriam was having similar thoughts. She had grown accustomed to her solitary life, finding satisfaction in her work and contentment in her routines. But tonight had reminded her of the particular joy that came from sharing ideas with someone who could build upon them, who could take her thoughts and add new dimensions she hadn't considered. As she drifted towards sleep, she found herself humming the melody Tom had taught her, the one the singing sisters had used to encourage plant growth. She made a mental note to try it in her garden tomorrow, after the market day activities had concluded. Perhaps she would even ask Tom to help her develop specific songs for different types of herbs, combining his musical knowledge with her understanding of plant properties. The prospect of tomorrow filled her with an anticipation she hadn't felt in years. For so long, market days had been simply another day of work. People would come seeking remedies, she would provide them, and life would continue in its comfortable patterns. But tomorrow would be different. Tomorrow would be an experiment in collaboration, a chance to discover what new possibilities might emerge when music and medicine work together. Outside, the village slept peacefully under its blanket of stars, unaware that tomorrow would bring something special to their weekly gathering at the market square. The river continued its eternal conversation with the stones of its bed, the wind whispered secrets to the trees, and in the apothecary shop, surrounded by the accumulated wisdom of generations, two healers rested in preparation for a day that would expand their understanding of what it meant to help others find their way back to wholeness. The morning came gently to Millhaven, as it usually did in the valley where time seemed to move with deliberate grace. The sun rose slowly, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, while the mist lifted gradually from the river, revealing the village bit by bit like a painting being completed stroke by stroke. Miriam woke to the sound of birds greeting the dawn and the familiar creaking of her old house settling into the warmth of another day. For a moment, she lay still, remembering the events of the previous evening and feeling a flutter of excitement about the day ahead. It had been so long since she had felt this kind of anticipation about her work. Not just the satisfaction of helping people, which she always felt, but the thrill of trying something entirely new. From downstairs came the sound of movement, and she realized that Tom was already awake. The scent of brewing tea drifted up the stairs along with something else, the faint sound of humming. She smiled, recognizing the melody as one he had played the night before, and made her way downstairs to find him standing in her kitchen, apparently having taken the liberty of starting the morning's preparations. "I hope you don't mind," he said when he saw her. "I'm an early riser by habit, and I thought I might make myself useful." "Not at all," Miriam said, accepting the cup of tea he offered her, "though I'm impressed you managed to navigate my kitchen well enough to brew a proper pot." "The tea was easy," Tom said with a grin, "though I did have some help." He gestured toward the window, where Sage sat on the sill, apparently supervising his activities with the intensity of a master craftsman overseeing an apprentice. "She appeared as soon as I came downstairs," Tom explained. "I got the distinct impression that she was making sure I didn't disturb anything important." "That sounds like Sage," Miriam said fondly. "She takes her guardian duties very seriously." As they shared their morning tea, they discussed their plans for the market day collaboration. Miriam explained that the market typically began around mid-morning and continued until late afternoon, with the busiest period falling around noon when people finished their morning chores and gathered to socialize as well as trade. "I usually set up a small table with some of my most commonly requested remedies," she said. "Nothing too complex. Simple things like headache powders, stomach soothers, cough syrups. People like to be able to purchase what they need quickly and get on with their other business. And I typically find a spot near the centre of the square where my music can reach the most people," Tom added. usually by the old oak tree, since it provides both shade and good acoustics. What if we set up together? Miriam suggested. Your music could help create a more relaxed atmosphere for consultations, and I could provide a base of operations for the kinds of healing stories you mentioned last night. I like that idea, Tom said enthusiastically. We could create a sort of healing station that addresses multiple levels of need simultaneously. They spent the morning in preparation, with Miriam selecting and packaging her most popular remedies, while Tom tuned his lute and ran through some of the gentler songs in his repertoire. As they worked, they discussed how to blend their approaches effectively. The key is reading the crowd, Tom said as he adjusted the tension on his strings. Some people will be drawn to the music first, others to the promise of remedies. Our job is to create an atmosphere where both feel natural and connected. And to watch for opportunities to suggest stories that might help with deeper healing, Miriam added, carefully measuring herbs into small paper packets. Not everyone who needs story medicine will ask for it directly. The market square was already bustling by the time they arrived with their combined supplies. Farmers had set up stalls selling fresh produce, craftsmen displayed their wares on wooden tables, and the air was filled with the cheerful noise of people greeting neighbours and negotiating prices. Children ran between the stalls, their laughter adding to the festive atmosphere, while dogs wandered hopefully near the food vendors. Miriam and Tom found a good spot near the old oak tree, where they arranged a table with Miriam's remedies and set up a comfortable area where Tom could play. The setup looked informal and welcoming, more like a gathering place than a formal business arrangement. Their first customer was Mrs. Aldrich, the woman with rheumatism whom Sage had comforted the week before. She approached with the careful gait of someone whose joints protested movement, but her face lit up when she saw the unusual arrangement. "Why, Miriam, what's all this?" she asked, settling gratefully onto the stool they had provided for customers. "This is Thomas," Miriam said, making introductions. "He's a travelling minstrel who's helping me explore some new approaches to healing. Tom, this is Mrs. Aldrich, one of our village's finest seamstresses." "A pleasure to meet you," Tom said warmly, beginning to play a gentle melody that seemed to ease some of the tension from Mrs. Aldrich's shoulders. "How are your joints feeling today?" Miriam asked, beginning her usual assessment. "Oh, you know how it is," Mrs. Aldrich said with a weary smile. "The damp weather makes everything ache more. I was hoping you might have something to help with the stiffness." As Miriam prepared a warming liniment with wintergreen and capsicum, Tom continued playing, gradually shifting to a melody that seemed to encourage relaxation and ease. Mrs. Aldrich visibly settled into the music, her breathing becoming deeper and more regular. "That's lovely," she said to Tom. "There's something about that tune that makes the pain seem less important somehow." "Music has that effect," Tom agreed. "It doesn't necessarily take away discomfort, but it can change our relationship to it, make it feel less overwhelming." "You know," Mrs. Aldrich said thoughtfully, "I've noticed that my joints hurt worst when I'm worried about something. When I'm anxious about whether I'll be able to finish a sewing project on time, or concerned about one of my grandchildren, the pain seems to get sharper." Miriam and Tom exchanged a quick glance, recognizing an opportunity for the kind of deeper healing they had discussed. "That's very perceptive," Miriam said as she handed Mrs. Aldrich the liniment. "The body and the spirit are more connected than most people realize." "Have you ever heard the story of the seamstress and the healing thread?" Tom asked casually, his fingers finding a new melody that seemed to shimmer with possibility. "I don't think so," Mrs. Aldrich said, settling back to listen. "It's about a woman much like yourself," Tom began, who was known throughout her village for the beauty and skill of her needlework. But as she grew older, her hands began to ache, especially when she worried about completing her projects. The melody wove through his words, creating an atmosphere of gentle attention that drew other market-goers closer without them quite realizing why. One day, an old wise woman came to the seamstress and told her about a special thread that could ease not just the burden of work, but the burden of worry that made work feel heavier. This thread wasn't made of silk or cotton, but of something much more precious. Moments of appreciation for the skill in her hands, gratitude for the years of experience that guided her needle, and trust in her ability to complete whatever she set out to create. Mrs. Aldrich leaned forward, caught up in the story despite herself. The wise woman taught the seamstress to weave this invisible thread through all her projects, taking a moment before each session of work to appreciate her abilities rather than worry about her limitations. And gradually the seamstress discovered that when her mind was filled with gratitude and confidence, her hands hurt less and her work flowed more easily. Tom brought the melody to a gentle close, and Mrs. Aldrich sat in thoughtful silence for a moment. "That's a beautiful story," she said finally. "And it makes a lot of sense. I do spend too much time worrying about what might go wrong instead of appreciating what goes right. Perhaps," Miriam suggested gently, "you could try beginning each sewing session by thinking of one thing you're grateful for about your skill and one thing you trust about your ability to complete the work. Along with the liniment for the physical discomfort," Tom added, "that might help address both aspects of the pain you're experiencing." Mrs. Aldrich left with more than just the remedy she had come for. She carried with her a new way of thinking about her work and her relationship to the discomfort that sometimes accompanied it. As she walked away, already moving with less stiffness than when she'd arrived, several other people approached the healing station with curious expressions. The rest of the morning passed in a blur of consultations that seamlessly blended traditional remedies with musical therapy and therapeutic storytelling. A farmer with chronic back pain received not just willowbark tea, but also a story about learning to work with the rhythms of the body rather than against them. A young mother struggling with sleepless nights got chamomile for her baby, and a lullaby that carried the essence of deep rest and peaceful dreams. Each interaction felt different from Miriam's usual consultations. The presence of music and story seemed to create a space where people felt safe to share not just their physical symptoms, but their emotional struggles as well. Tom's gift for reading people allowed him to craft stories that addressed the specific fears and concerns that often underlay physical ailments. Around midday, as the market reached its busiest period, they were approached by someone who would test their collaborative approach in unexpected ways. Father Benedict, the village priest, had been watching their activities from across the square with what appeared to be growing concern. "Miriam," he said, his voice carrying the careful neutrality of someone who wanted to express concern without immediately creating conflict, "I couldn't help but notice your unusual arrangement today. Are you certain that combining secular music with your healing practice is appropriate?" Father Benedict was a kind man, despite his occasional tendency toward caution when it came to anything that seemed to stray from established traditions. He had served the village faithfully for nearly 2 decades, and while he sometimes worried about practices that seemed too far removed from conventional religious healing, he had never questioned Miriam's work directly. Tom immediately stopped playing, sensing the delicate nature of the situation. Miriam, however, remained calm, having anticipated that their collaboration might raise questions from some quarters. "Father Benedict," she said warmly, "I'd like you to meet Thomas, a travelling minstrel who has been sharing his knowledge of music's healing properties with me. Tom, this is Father Benedict, who tends to our spiritual welfare with the same care I try to bring to physical healing." Tom rose and offered a respectful bow. "Father, it's an honour to meet you. I hope our activities haven't caused any disturbance." "No disturbance," the priest said, though his expression remained thoughtful. "I'm simply curious about this. Fusion of practices. In my experience, healing of the soul and healing of the body are distinct endeavours that require different approaches." "With respect, Father," Tom said carefully, "I found in my travels that the two are often more connected than they appear. Music, after all, has been part of religious practice since ancient times. David's harp soothed King Saul's troubled spirit, and the psalms themselves are songs of healing and praise." Father Benedict's expression softened slightly at the biblical reference. "That's true, of course. But I'm concerned about the stories I've heard you telling. Tales of shadows and magical threads. Are we venturing into territory that might conflict with proper Christian teaching?" Miriam stepped in gently. "Perhaps you could listen to one of Tom's stories and judge for yourself. I think you might find that his approach aligns more closely with Christian values than it initially appears." "Very well," Father Benedict said, settling onto the stool that Mrs. Aldrich had vacated earlier. "I'm willing to listen with an open mind." Tom thought for a moment, then began to tune his lute to a melody that sounded like church bells heard from a distance. "Father, have you ever counselled someone who was struggling with forgiveness, either forgiving others or finding forgiveness for themselves. Many times, the priest admitted. It's one of the most common spiritual struggles people face. Then perhaps you'll appreciate this story, Tom said, beginning to play a melody that seemed to carry both sorrow and hope. Once, in a village much like this one, there lived a man who had made a terrible mistake that hurt someone he loved deeply. He was consumed with guilt and shame, unable to forgive himself even though the person he had wronged had already forgiven him. Father Benedict leaned forward slightly, recognizing the pastoral relevance of the situation. The man went to his priest, seeking guidance, but even the assurance of God's forgiveness couldn't ease the burden he carried. So the priest suggested he visit the village's old hermit, a man known for his wisdom about the human heart. Tom's music shifted, becoming more contemplative, like the sound of wind through cathedral stones. The hermit listened to the man's story, then led him to a small garden where he grew healing herbs. "See this plant," the hermit said, pointing to a withered specimen that looked beyond saving. It was damaged by a late frost that killed all its new growth. By all rights, it should have died, but watch what happens when we tend it with patience and faith. The melody brightened gradually, like sunrise after a long night. Together they cared for the damaged plant, watering it, protecting it from harsh weather, speaking words of encouragement over it each day. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, new growth began to appear. Not in the places that had been damaged, but in new shoots that emerged from the healthy roots. Father Benedict nodded slowly, beginning to see where the story was leading. "This is how forgiveness works," the hermit explained. "We cannot undo the damage that was done, just as the plant cannot regrow its frozen leaves. But forgiveness allows new growth to emerge from what remains healthy within us. The guilt you carry is like continuing to pour cold water on new shoots. It prevents the healing that God intends." Tom brought the melody to a gentle, hopeful conclusion. The man learned to tend his own heart the way they had tended the plant, with patience, faith, and the understanding that healing often takes forms we don't expect, and gradually new growth appeared in his life as well. Father Benedict sat in thoughtful silence for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was warmer than it had been before. "That's actually quite beautiful," he said, "and theologically sound. The metaphor of growth from healthy roots, the understanding that healing doesn't erase the past but creates space for new possibilities. Yes, I can see the value in that approach." All of Tom's stories carry similar wisdom, Miriam said. They don't replace traditional healing or spiritual guidance. They complement it by helping people understand complex concepts through images and metaphors they can carry with them. "And the music?" Father Benedict asked. "Think of it as the voice that carries the story home to the heart," Tom said. "Just as a hymn can make scripture more memorable and meaningful, a melody can help a healing story settle more deeply into someone's understanding." The priest stood, his initial concerns clearly eased. "I apologize for my caution," he said. "In my role, I sometimes feel obligated to question new approaches, but I can see that your work is grounded in wisdom and compassion." "No apology necessary," Tom said graciously. "Spiritual leaders should be thoughtful about influences on their communities. I'm grateful you took the time to listen and evaluate, rather than simply dismissing what you didn't immediately understand." After Father Benedict departed, with a small packet of Miriam's herb blend for his own occasional sleeplessness, their reputation seemed to spread even more quickly through the market. Word of the priest's approval lent legitimacy to their unusual collaboration, and they found themselves busier than ever. The afternoon brought a steady stream of people seeking various forms of healing. Some came for purely physical ailments, others for emotional support, and many for the kind of complex combination of needs that their blended approach seemed uniquely suited to address. One particularly memorable consultation involved young Willem, the blacksmith's apprentice, who had been struggling with a stutter that seemed to worsen whenever he felt nervous or pressured. Traditional remedies had done little to help, and his master was growing impatient with his difficulty in communicating with customers. "It's like the words get tangled up in my throat," Willem explained, his frustration evident in every halting syllable. "The more I try to force them out, the worse it gets." Tom began playing a rhythm that matched natural breathing patterns, slow and steady and reassuring. "Willem," he said gently, "have you ever noticed that you speak more easily when you're relaxed? When you're talking to friends or family?" Yes," Willem admitted. "It's worst when I'm trying to impress someone or when I feel like people are judging me." "That suggests that the physical difficulty might be connected to emotional tension," Miriam observed. "There are herbs that can help with nervousness, but they work best when combined with techniques for managing the underlying anxiety." "Let me tell you about a young blacksmith I once knew," Tom said, his music taking on the steady rhythm of hammer on anvil. "He had a similar difficulty with speech, especially when he was trying to explain his work to customers who didn't understand the craft." Willem leaned forward, clearly recognizing himself in the description. "One day, an old master smith came to the village and watched the young man work. 'You have good hands and a good heart,' he told him, 'but you're trying to speak like someone else instead of speaking like yourself. When you work metal, do you force it into shape all at once, or do you work with its nature, applying pressure gradually and with patience?' The musical rhythm shifted, becoming more like the patient measured work of skilled craftsmanship. The young blacksmith realized that he had been treating his words like stubborn metal, trying to force them out through sheer will, instead of working with them patiently. The master taught him to approach speech the way he approached his craft, with steady rhythm, patient pressure, and trust in the process." "How?" Willem asked, his stutter notably less pronounced as he became absorbed in the story. "By practicing a technique the master called smithing words," Tom explained. "Before speaking, especially in difficult situations, he would take a breath and imagine his words as metal being shaped on the anvil of his mind. Instead of rushing to get them out, he would give each word the time it needed to find its proper form." Miriam reached for a small vial of valerian tincture, known for its calming properties. "This can help with the physical tension that makes the stutter worse," she said. "A few drops in water before situations that make you nervous. But the technique Tom described might be even more helpful in the long term." They spent several more minutes teaching Willem the smithing words technique, using Tom's rhythmic playing to help him practice the pattern of breathing and mental preparation that could ease his speech difficulties. When Willem left, speaking more clearly than he had when he arrived, word of their success spread quickly through the market. By late afternoon, they had helped a dozen people with problems ranging from chronic pain to grief to anxiety about upcoming changes in their lives. As the market began to wind down and vendors started packing their goods, Miriam and Tom found themselves surrounded by expressions of gratitude and requests for future collaborations. "Will you be staying in Millhaven long?" asked Margaret the Weaver, who had received both a remedy for her arthritis and a story about finding beauty in imperfection that had brought tears to her eyes. "I was planning to move on tomorrow," Tom said, glancing at Miriam, "but this day has been so rewarding that I'm reconsidering my timeline." "Please stay," urged Henrik the baker, no relation to the late tinker of the same name. "What you two have created here is something special. People are leaving not just with remedies, but with hope, with new ways of thinking about their challenges." Miriam felt a warmth spreading through her chest at the recognition of what they had accomplished together. It had been even more successful than she had dared to hope, but more than that, it had been deeply satisfying in ways she was still processing. "What do you think?" she asked Tom as they began packing up their supplies. "Would you consider extending your stay? We could refine our approach, perhaps develop a more formal way of training others in these techniques." Tom looked around the market square, where people were still talking animatedly about their experiences at the healing station. Children were humming melodies he had played, adults were sharing stories they had heard, and there was a general atmosphere of contentment and connection that hadn't been there in the morning. "I think," he said slowly, "that I've been wandering for so long in search of something I couldn't quite name, and today I found it. Yes, I'd very much like to stay and explore this further." As they walked back to the apothecary, their arms full of supplies and their hearts full of satisfaction, Miriam reflected on how much her life had changed in the span of just 2 days. She had thought she was content with her solitary practice, but the collaboration had revealed possibilities she never could have imagined on her own. "You know," she said as they entered the shop, I've been thinking about what we accomplished today, and I believe we've stumbled onto something that could benefit not just our own community, but others as well." "How so?" Tom asked, setting his lute carefully in its usual spot. "Well, think about it. Every village has someone like me, a healer who works with traditional remedies, and there are travelling musicians like you throughout the kingdom. What if we could teach others to combine their skills the way we have? What if this approach could spread to other communities?" Tom's eyes lit up with the possibility. A network of collaborative healers, each adapting the techniques to their own communities and circumstances. It could transform how people think about wellness, not just treating illness, but fostering the kind of wholeness that prevents many problems from developing in the first place. "Exactly," Miriam said enthusiastically. "And it wouldn't require anyone to abandon their existing practices, just to expand them by incorporating elements from other healing traditions." They spent the evening discussing the possibilities, sketching out ideas for training methods, considering how to document their techniques in ways that could be shared with others. Sage supervised from her perch on the counter, occasionally offering a purr of approval when they hit upon particularly promising concepts. As the night deepened and they prepared to retire, both of them felt the deep satisfaction that comes from discovering not just a new way of working, but a new way of being in the world, one that honoured both the wisdom of tradition and the innovation that comes from open, collaborative exploration. "Thank you," Tom said as they said goodnight at the top of the stairs, "for welcoming me, for sharing your knowledge, for being willing to experiment with something completely new." "Thank you," Miriam replied, "for showing me that healing can be even more powerful when it's shared, and for helping me remember that the best discoveries often come from combining different kinds of wisdom." In the days that followed, their collaboration deepened and evolved. Tom officially established himself as a resident of Millhaven, finding lodgings in a small cottage near the river, though he continued to spend most of his working hours at the apothecary. Together they refined their techniques, developing specific protocols for different types of ailments, and creating a collection of therapeutic stories that could be adapted to various situations. Word of their innovative approach began to spread to neighbouring villages. Other healers made pilgrimages to Millhaven to observe their methods, and some travelling musicians sought Tom out to learn about the therapeutic applications of their art. Gradually, an informal network began to develop. Practitioners who incorporated music, story, and traditional remedies into holistic healing approaches. Miriam discovered that teaching others about their methods was almost as rewarding as practicing them. Each new healer who learned their techniques adapted them in unique ways, adding elements from their own traditions and creating variations that served their specific communities. The diversity of approaches that emerged only strengthened her conviction that they had found something truly valuable. Tom found that his role as a teacher of therapeutic music and storytelling satisfied his wanderer's spirit in new ways. Instead of travelling to find new experiences, he was helping to create new experiences that would travel outward from Millhaven, carried by the practitioners who came to learn and then return to their own communities with enhanced skills. The apothecary itself evolved as well, becoming not just a place where people came for remedies, but a centre for learning and experimentation. Miriam expanded her herb garden to include plants specifically chosen for their symbolic, as well as medicinal properties. Flowers that could represent hope in therapeutic stories, herbs whose growth patterns could serve as metaphors for healing processes. One particular evening, several months after Tom's arrival, they were visited by an elderly woman who had travelled from a distant province specifically to learn about their methods. Dame Agatha was a renowned healer in her own right, known throughout the region for her skill with difficult cases and her compassionate approach to patient care. "I've heard remarkable things about what you're doing here," she said, settling into the comfortable chair they now kept in the main room for lengthy consultations. Stories of people healing not just from their immediate ailments, but from deeper wounds they didn't even know they carried. "That's been one of the most surprising aspects of this work," Miriam admitted. "When people feel safe and supported, they often reveal concerns that go far beyond what they initially came to address. And when those deeper concerns are addressed," Tom added, "the surface symptoms often resolve more easily as well. It's as if healing the spirit creates space for the body to heal itself." Dame Agatha nodded thoughtfully. "In my many years of practice, I've often sensed that there were layers to people's ailments that I couldn't quite reach with traditional methods alone. Your approach seems to access those deeper levels." They spent several hours discussing specific techniques, sharing case studies, and exploring the theoretical foundations of their collaborative approach. Dame Agatha proved to be not just an eager student, but a valuable teacher in her own right, offering insights from her decades of experience that helped refine their understanding of how different healing modalities could work together. "What strikes me most," Dame Agatha said as the evening drew to a close, "is how natural this feels. Once you see the connections between music, story, and herbal healing, it seems obvious that they should work together. Why did it take so long for someone to formalize these connections?" "Perhaps," Tom suggested, "because it required the right circumstances, a place where different traditions could meet without competition, practitioners who were secure enough in their own skills to be open to learning from others, and a community willing to embrace innovation." "And perhaps," Miriam added, "because some discoveries can only happen when the time is right for them. Too early, and they might be dismissed as frivolous. Too late, and they might be unnecessary because other solutions have already been found." Dame Agatha agreed to spend several weeks in Milholven, learning their methods in depth and helping to develop training protocols that could be used to teach the techniques to others. Her presence attracted additional visitors, and soon the apothecary had become an informal academy where healers from across the region came to study and share knowledge. The success of their collaborative approach began to influence other aspects of village life as well. The local blacksmith started incorporating rhythmic hammering patterns that Tom had taught him, finding that the musical quality of his work seemed to reduce fatigue and improve focus. The baker experimented with singing while she kneaded bread, discovering that certain melodies produced loaves with particularly fine texture. Even Father Benedict began incorporating some of their storytelling techniques into his sermons, finding that metaphorical narratives often conveyed spiritual truths more effectively than direct instruction. The village as a whole seemed to develop a more integrated approach to wellness, with people naturally thinking about the connections between physical health, emotional well-being, and spiritual growth. As autumn arrived and the harvest season brought its own rhythms to village life, Miriam and Tom reflected on how profoundly their lives had changed since that first evening when he had appeared through the mist with his lute and his gift for seeing beyond the obvious. "Do you ever miss the wandering life?" Miriam asked one evening as they sat in the shop, surrounded by the evidence of their successful collaboration, shelves full of remedies, musical instruments of various kinds, and journals filled with documented case studies and therapeutic techniques. "Sometimes," Tom admitted. "There was a freedom in that life that I valued. But I've discovered that there are different kinds of freedom. The freedom to move constantly is one kind, but the freedom to go deeper, to really develop and refine an approach to healing, that's another kind entirely." "And you?" he asked. "Do you miss the simplicity of your solitary practice?" Miriam considered the question carefully. "I miss the quiet sometimes," she said. "But I wouldn't trade what we've built here for anything. There's something deeply satisfying about knowing that our work is having ripple effects far beyond what either of us could have achieved alone." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, listening to the familiar sounds of the village settling into evening. Sage emerged from wherever she had been spending the day and took up her usual position on the counter, clearly expecting her share of attention. "What do you think comes next?" Tom asked eventually. "More of the same, I hope," Miriam said. "More learning, more healing, more discoveries about what becomes possible when people are willing to combine their strengths instead of working in isolation. And maybe," Tom added with a smile, "more unexpected visitors appearing through the mist with gifts we didn't know we needed." As if summoned by his words, they heard the sound of footsteps on the cobblestones outside, accompanied by a voice singing a melody neither of them recognized. They exchanged amused glances, remembering how their own collaboration had begun with just such an arrival. "Shall we see who's come to call?" Miriam asked, rising to open the door. "Absolutely," Tom replied. "After all, you never know what new possibilities might be walking toward your door." And so their story continued, not with an ending, but with the promise of new beginnings, new collaborations, new discoveries about the infinite ways that healing could manifest when people approached it with open hearts, curious minds, and the willingness to see connections where others saw only differences. The apothecary's warm light spilled out into the evening mist, welcoming whatever stories and songs and wisdom might be approaching through the gentle darkness. In Mill Haven, where time moved like honey and magic felt possible, healing had become not just an individual practice but a community art, shared and celebrated and continuously renewed by each person, who contributed their own unique gifts to the ever-growing tapestry of wellness and wonder. The candles flickered gently in their holders, the herbs released their timeless fragrances into the air, and somewhere in the distance a lute began to play a melody that spoke of journeys completed and new adventures just beginning. In the apothecary, where wisdom lived in glass jars and wooden drawers, where stories healed and music mended, the ancient arts of helping others find their way back to wholeness continued to evolve, one gentle story at a time. And if you listened carefully, as the night settled around the village like a soft blanket, you could hear the whispered promise that somewhere, in every community where people gathered to care for one another, similar magic was possible, waiting only for the right combination of knowledge, compassion, and willingness to see healing as an art that encompassed not just the body, but the whole magnificent complexity of human experience. The story settled into silence like seeds finding fertile ground, carrying within it the gentle assurance that healing, in all its forms, would continue to flourish wherever people chose to tend it with patience, wisdom, and love.